Namaskar, good morning, good to all my friends around the world in this country. And this is 25th June 2020. Speaking from Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India, in service of humanity. And regarding talks of COVID-19 in brief, followed by management in details and then concrete if time is left. Contracts plus FIDIC. Trying to explain or elaborate what I understand, what my mind says. It's something, based on personal experience, no, nothing based on, nothing based on others say, nothing based on others' references, just referring to certain documents of concrete specifications from Qatar and interpreting them, and also referring to document of FIDIC and interpreting them. That's the purpose of my talk, and starting from COVID, current COVID burning issue all over the world. COVID-19, full name SARS, to COVID-19, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus infectious disease, 2019, its commencement in last quarter of 2019, and it's now moving into June, that's mid of this year, means it has already traveled about 6, 7 to 8 months of its journey, of its period to occupy its position on, or can say on earth. I should say on earth because you may say world also, it's same thing. There's no place in world or earth, you can say, where humanity exists. Where humanity exists and COVID is not seen. It is, you can say, if you find some place that shall be miraculous in the way that COVID-19 has proved that it can't be challenged till now. COVID-19, we are calling it virus. Okay, fine, that's okay. But it's more than virus, I can say. It's not simply virus. It's attack on humanity. It's attack on humanity, and this attack can't be defended, can't be, responded, except to surrender before this. And I think surrender means we have to accept facts that our sciences on earth are not very strong yet. Our knowledge is not strong yet, despite we have thousands of scientists all over the world. Scientists and experts of disease, experts of medical. Yes, we can work on productive measures, but yet God keeps all secrets with Him. That's beauty of God, that's kingdom of God. We accept or we may not accept. God is not interested that we should know about that. This is COVID-19. COVID-19, COVID-19, 2019, and WHO says, according to, I read news today, it says that expected this week or next week, or immediately you can say, 1 million more cases of infection, which means officially it has already crossed, if you add this 1 million, it's already crossed 1 crore or 10 million. 1 crore in our country, Bharat, is 10 million around world. In world language, in millions, 10 million is 1 crore. So if it is 1 crore, I should say this is false news. Let us multiply it factor of 2 or 3 at least, if not more. Well, I should multiply by 10. Well, let us say, okay, we give concession for just for understanding. Let's say multiply by 2 to 3. This means it's 2 to 3 crores. That's fact. Yesterday I got in the India, Bharat, it's around 16,000 average daily basis. And we have rounded till yesterday 5 lakhs or 500,000 cases. You can see with what acceleration it's moving. If you believe WHO, if WHO is saying this means infections would be much more. And see, people are not taking care, unfortunately. That's also a bad habit we have created in our culture, and we don't take precautionary measures. People are still enjoying marriages. People are not serious, despite lakhs have died, lakhs have lost their lives, yet people are not careful. All over the world, I am not telling in my country alone, it's common behavior around the world. And I got just news that one marriage party lost its bridegroom, and there were many guests who got this over infected by this disease once marriage party was over, and no precautionary measures were adopted, and this is happening every year. There's a competition in opening lockdown. Also there was a competition once 2-3 months back to impose lockdown. This means world community, world people are not decisive. In fact, we are not decisive. We work in panic. Our nervous system, we work in panic, and which is really very bad item. Panic means it gives instability to mental state. If you are in panic, if you remain in panic and you decide something, that decision is not concrete based, not solid. Solidity doesn't exist there. Means options exist there. Means you are trying. It's fine if you open, and if you find some problem, you encounter some difficulty, you reimpose lockdown. It's like that. It's happening all over there. England, scientists have warned England also. Don't be in a hurry. It's coming back. We'll see more cases. And actually it's happening around the world. Well, I shall not like to take much time on COVID today, because time is not good. If 1 million cases are coming, so I can still say COVID is not listening to anybody. We are just consoling ourselves. Okay, it's being combat, or it's being killed, or it's being fought. All nonsense. We can't encounter our friend. We should say friend, because we have no capacity to encounter. And when you have no capacity to encounter, then better make it your friend and let it think for you. But that state is not visible. I can't see even a single degree of that. 8 billion people are in a mood that can't be defined. And I would simply say, don't be overconfident. All over the world, I'm saying to all people of the world, to all responsible people of the world, don't be overconfident. COVID has not gone, and don't expect that it will go on. It will go so soon. It won't go so soon. It will cost you. Forget economy currently. Don't be impatient for economy. Because if you don't exist, if you are in trouble, your bodies are not healthy, your economy shall also not be healthy. And whatever losses you have to face. Nobody can prevent that. And weather is also not helping. So I should say, those who are not taking precautionary measures, I would request all those on behalf of public, on behalf of humanity, better take precautionary measures. You may understand, you may not understand. It does not make a difference. Take precautionary measures, take what is required, and take good food. Don't allow your immunity system to weaken, and remain healthy is only a response to such kind of problem. I'm not doctors, but I can advise only on behalf of safety, environment and health. Safety, health and environment, we should be careful about this. uh, Careful means, all means no need explain again and again that you have to take care of your lips, nostrils, eyes, and you have to take care of your food. Don't take cold too much. Avoid, if you can, avoid use of air conditioners, avoid use of cars or air conditioner. At least don't use air conditioner, open a window of car. Means it's not difficult, however. It's up to you how you want to live. You want to face more problems, or we want to solve problems. We have to decide that, which is very important point. I'm really anxious to see. I'm really anxious to see when this COVID goes away, because I'm not viewing any date. I'm not viewing any time recently and coming future that COVID is going to be absent, because it will delay everything, and it will delay itself also, and it will delay the whole world. You may do something, you may not do that. Means complete world change is ongoing because of COVID-19. So we did not care for 2019, so we can now forget politicians and forget all those. Doctors are doing their job wherever they are doing. I was impressed to see how UAE welcomed their doctors. They regarded their medical staff by Air Force. Yesterday I saw the photographs. It's an impressive one. But it's not answer to this message. Just welcome them or don't welcome them. They are worth people. But I'm sorry for those doctors for making money out of this pandemic. And I have no right to criticize them. This is their profession. I will take it. But again, I'm saying, take precautionary measures. Don't be lenient. And in this case, if you have to scold someone, if you have to instruct someone, where you have power, you instruct that one. Don't be lenient. Don't be slackened. Because if somebody falls sick, somebody is infected, maybe in a family may be off. Ultimately, loss is for everybody. So with this, I would say I'll stop talk of COVID-19 now, and we continue for, you can say, our management, that is project management, total quality. I'll take some time on this project management, total quality, because life is also management, and this COVID-19 itself is a part of that. We can't isolate this from management. So I therefore include a few minutes for COVID, for general talk. And now, if something comes to my mind, I'll talk later on also. It is not that means. The important thing was that don't think it's going down. It's not going down, it's coming up actually. And also we'll talk concrete after that. And if time allows, we'll talk of concrete, and then we'll talk of, just keep this paper cut dimension here, the FIDIC 17 follow up we'll do. So now I'm going to talk of management. That's the most important point, management, and that's project management, total quality. And I take down my mask here. One of this because it was unindicated for purpose of this. So I take off this. There's no need in this one, but just for explanation purpose of indication, I'm talking COVID now. Our COVID talk is almost over. And Prabandhan management, Management is ongoing. Now we talk management and we talk what we can see, we should see. Maybe my color is not right, no problem. I'll change it by mistake. It happened, no. After all, no problem. Let us see like this. Correct this. It happens in absent. I'm absent-minded person. I'm just explain again. See it happens same way. But that's problem, you know. I'm very absent-minded person, and I'm happy with that. I'm absent-minded. There's something mind is there, absent always is there. Okay, guys, this is now management. I'm talking of management means, you know, management. What I mean to say, management for me is not management actually. This is, you know, this is not management. This is organization, I should say, not management exactly, because yesterday by chance I was just browsing my internet. I think European news I was browsing under the European news, and I came to some photographs regarding our universe. I was impressed with some photographs taken using X-rays. It means somebody tried to puncture into heavens, or you can say skies, and explode more information on that, which is very pleasing, though it's not clear what's that. It's very impressive and pleasing, so I just thought to that. So I posted that on my Facebook, that reference. If you want to see, you can see that what means, how congestion is there, what sort of congestion is there. It looks on a photograph of whole sky stars and galaxies. That's the interesting one. It's very colorful, yellow, saffron, red colors, and all our solar system, which is very small if you compare to that one. Very small solar system, very small time taking that place in that one. It's very impressive that you go so-called Brahman, part of Brahman, or you can say universe there. So, well, just for reference, I'm giving you nothing to do with management. They are doing, their many scientists are doing, many a great one, and they are still studying that one, so it will take another 3 to 4 years to give more explanation to public what about that means. Still they are not sure, so they can't explain exclusively or elaborately means what should do. Now, professionalism, I should say certainty, I should say that we, after all, do whatever we do for development of world. I cannot say only for my country, because my country is also a part of world. So whatever we do for development of world, which is a great one. Because everybody is a part of world, and everybody's duty, everybody's right is to do something concrete for this world. And that's what is important. Something concrete for this world. Even though you're very small, it doesn't matter. Even though you're very small, it doesn't matter, you know. If I am doing very small part of my acts, means if you compare to world contribution, it's very small. My portion is 1/8 billion, and if I do 1/8 billion itself, I think I do my duty. But I am not happy, because I am not doing my duty. My duty is not to develop us, but I need to also to maintain what's there. I'm not maintaining that, unfortunately. Because I also saw one more picture on the European site, that during this COVID-19, we are using plastics more and more. So that's harming world pollution, sea pollution, beach pollution is again rising. So we are not doing. In fact, now we are just taking shade in this COVID light on power that it's got to do. So plastic waste is increasing. So you can say it's not right. It's against development, against world. And I was happy to see that if it's a part of development, there's some countries who started replacing these plastic soft drinks bottles again by recyclable glass, which is a positive sign. But they are going to stop because of this. So, well, it may be they restart means using recyclable glass bottles for purpose of soft drinks, so that that glass bottle is used until it breaks, maybe 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. So at least we will not throw that onto the beach because this is recyclable, and it avoids use of then polyplastic. That is something positive towards development. Some issues of biodiversity are ongoing, issues of environment are ongoing. So much goes on around the world, but I think there's no conclusion everywhere. Only going on, going on, going on. How long they will go, they don't know themselves. I have seen that professionalism, what you call professionalism, means it's logical. Whatever we do should be based on certain formula, certain assumptions, certain conditions, and certain facts. Professionalism means whatever is done is factual, it's not imaginative. That's the main purpose of professionalism. Because when we talk of professionalism, we talk of expertise, we talk of advancement, we talk of commitment, we talk of considering some job at level of religion. We say we do this work religiously. Religiously does not mean religion. It means, if you say religion itself is an analytical verb, religion, lignite. Profession cannot say that. You have to say do something which is useful. That's what profession says. That's main meaning of profession. Advanced study. Without advanced study, you can't say that you have done professional study, and without advanced work, you cannot say that you are a professional. You are working as a professional. Professional is longest distance travel. Once you are a professional, when you start your profession, you call yourself professional. And when you may be 50 years old, and you imagine that time, where you shall be. Maybe today you are not able to scale up that, but when you find yourself in 50, you might have seen many changes, many transitions of life, many new modes, many new uses, but your mind won't change. Your mind still would find same thing. Where are you? If you find at different locations and different knowledge standards at every age, you really achieve something. What you are today and what you shall be after 50 years in profession, there must be a lot of difference. But fundamental remains same, it cannot change if it's profession. Just like I say, I am a civil engineer. I used to work in construction as well as in planning, as well as coordination, as well as in engineering, as well as in designs, depending on as I was required. At low level jobs, I was not very highly profiled. So in those low level jobs, you have a lot of opportunities to learn. So what I learned there and what it was when I was in university or college, I don't find much difference as far as fundamentals are concerned, as far as theories are concerned. Yes, there is a difference which we find in practice, but that difference was not seen when I was not shown to me when I was a student, because there is no such opportunity, and particularly in field of civil engineering, which is cost effective, which is very costly, which is very durability work, which is very strong work, which impacts social life for decades to come. This type of work can't be shown to you in your colleges, in your educational time. Even if you go to some sites, you cannot understand same day, because work done on sites, whatever construction sites or other sites, it's not one day activity, it's activity that comprises of years together. So that what is delivered in a year, you cannot, by looking at that, say, if you are not sure of that, what it is. If somebody asks me, what is this building, tell me, I referred that example to you before also. I cannot say how strong this building is. Either I have to test that building or I have to, according to our professional requirement, do testing of products or testing of materials. Only then I can say that this is good or bad. This is quality related or this is substandard or this is super standard. Only then we can say we being engineers. Otherwise it's all hawks. We cannot say that what I say is right or it's not right. So I say professionalism, that's part of profession itself, called it organizationalism. Professionalism means you have to think a lot. You are a thinker. This means professionalism says, profession says you must be a thinker, and if you are not thinker, you are not professional. Because when you study in engineering, I don't find that your mind is not very sharp. Every professional must have sharp mind, but particularly engineering professional is exclusively analytical approach. Yes, if you study in medical sciences, you may not have the ethical power, but if you go to some other professions also, you will use analysis, but not to that extent as we use in our engineering, and that's mathematical analytical, logical analytical, contractual analytical, specification analysis, and not one direction. In every direction you will find analysis, and based on those analysis, based on those supposition assumptions, and then further studying them, we have many options for decisions to be made, and we make decisions like that. Well, in that way, I say I respect engineering in that way, and particularly civil engineering. Though I'm not finding any financial scope in civil engineering, if somebody asks me which engineering I should allow my kids, I should say, please don't ask me. You ask your kids what interest they have got, because it's not my suggestion to you that helps your kids. It's your own or your kids' own interest in life. I am a civil engineer not because I was happy in that time to be civil engineer. I didn't know in the time. Right until I got admission in my post school life. I didn't know what I would do in life, but I say some my known told me take civil engineering, and some of my teachers advised me take mechanical engineering. Like that, so nobody explained. Only point was that one said, if you are mechanical engineering, you go there and you study there, you have plenty of jobs. While in civil there are no jobs. So at that time also consideration of a job viewpoint, which right one for lowest class people who don't have money like me. But those who have enough money, they don't care for them. They just want certain certification for their contracting company or their consultancy company to move further and further. So there is no destiny in that case. The requirement is there. Requirement and destiny are different. Requirement is one thing and destiny is another thing. And destiny is same thing as ambition is. This requirement, find this requirement. You are a contracting company or you are a contractor, for this contractor. You have to run that company. You are a consultant. You run that company. That becomes a requirement. Means I have clinics. Doctor says, why I have to train my kids as doctors because they can run this company. Means there's a commercial factor comes in, a business factor comes in. Or when there's no business, commercial factor comes in. Well, what I want to do in my life, that you have to elect your destiny. And that forces you, no, you have to do that because it's better than that. Your status in this. Or if you keep only money point, then I think the decision is not unique, but it's dependent decision. It's dependent on your money factor. That's not professional decision. That decision is something else. And I won't comment on that because it varies from person to person how you behave in life, how you conduct in life. Life is not one point orientation, life is many point orientation. Life is not decided one go. It takes time. It decides what your family is, what you are, what your contention, what society is, and what its demand means. If you are running contracting, means certainly you will not care for bending woman share person. You will like to get money up. Of course, you will have a certificate for purpose because you want to use a certificate for something, and you want to waste your power in the society. I mean, engineer, qualified engineer. So you can do that. But if you are saying, no, I'm a scientist, I want to be a scientist or a doctor of engineering, or I want to do something like, I want to make something. In that case, you have to change your school of thought. So it depends on the person. That's why it's a professionalism, something else. It means what sort of profession you want to be. As far as engineer is concerned, I should say engineering profession is different kind. You cannot say actually profession. I should not say it's profession, because profession means where you are paid well, you can do well, you can take your fees well. But in civil engineering profession, I think that also does not exist, because I have seen many civil engineers throughout the world. British civil engineers I talked to, and other civil engineers I talked to many more Arabian civil engineers, Syrian, Lebanese, and Palestinians, and many more, you can say. So I discovered something that engineers all over the world are not very happy to be in civil engineering profession. It's their compulsion, because they have gone through that study, and they are, because nothing else, or they get anything. There's an option for them if they think, okay, you do this, but if you don't move properly, if you don't make money, elect something else. It's joins of the profession or some occupation. Even one structural engineer from England, who was a member of structural engineers of, I think I remember, it's 1990, it was, well, 1986 or 7 it was. 87 it was, and one structural engineer, he told me, I remember his name, but I won't tell you now because he's one of my friend that time. So he told me, what's there in this profession? There's nothing. There's no value. You have to study a lot, but there's no result. So better you go to your country, change your work, start tourist, manager, as a tourist manager, you can say, a dealer who helps tourists. What do you call it? I don't know. Tourist party like that, tourist arranger, what they call, who take tourist companies. Like that person, they become a tourist broker or tourist dealer, or you help others to get some money from them. So he explained to me also what I should buy. I could not understand what he wanted to say. You're talking engineering, you're talking to go to tourist people, to hotels. There's no relation in your work and that work. That work is not needed in mind, but if you're an engineer, you need mind. It's much different. If engineer doesn't need mind, you can ask person is the engineer. Engineer means use mind, that's what I say. Engineer is not a profession to make money, because engineering itself is not a profession, if you say that way. Engineering is a business, means you have to be busy to do something. Profession means a part of something. Engineering is not a part of something, it's full of that. You have to do everything in that. In profession, you have not to do that. In engineering, civil engineering particularly, you have to do everything yourself. So you even count as a profession, because it's life. Engineering is life, I can say. It's not a profession. You say it's not even business, because you have to be busy every year. And business don't consider as a commercial business or business for making money. Business means you have to be busy. There are two meanings of business. One is business that gives you money, you make it commercial, make it trade business, trade-based business, or business means you have to be busy. What I'm saying is you have to be busy. Yes, when you do something, you'll get something, of course, but measurement of your work is not understood by whole world public, not only here. Because civil engineering is not permanent, first of all. You have to work on one project, then you have to move to other if project access, or you have to think for something else. Other engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, and all others, they have dependency factor. Dependency factor means if something is ready, if suppose electrical engineer has to work somewhere on buildings, then building must be there, structure must be there. What I am saying is original starting is civil engineering. Civil engineering, or you can say building engineering, or you can say project engineering, whatever you may say. That's why I'm interested in not in management but in organization. And it's not a question of how to set mind, because mind is already set. If your mind is only for making money, again I would say don't think of engineering in civil. Civil engineer, is a kind, you can say, you won't find that suitable engineer for your civil person, because civil engineer have many bad qualities also. Rough talk, angry all time when work, and politics, or you can say diplomacy does not exist. So he does not understand what is ethics. Ethics, I mean to say social ethics, not professional ethics. They understand professional ethics. I'm talking of social ethics. Oh, just like my sister used to say, my many sisters, my relatives used to say, if he wants to stay alone for me, he used to say, even my mother used to say, you are, you are a different person. You cannot mix up with society. And everybody says you are full of pride. You want to stay alone. You don't want to talk to people. I got such type of comments on me. Compliments, you can say that this was negative compliments for me, but I was happy that such comments are good for me. And some of my area people say, hey, he just walks out, doesn't say good morning to some, namaste to some. What do you say now? Society would say something. Means they don't understand you. Problem is you are concentrating in your mind when you are walking, or you are sitting in your home, you are thinking, but others say, he doesn't want to talk to me. When I entered his room, he didn't say good morning. He didn't respond to me. But that person forgot I was lost there. I was unavailable mentally. I was unavailable there. I was thinking something, envision I was, and I could not know. I could not even, notice that somebody had come to my room. So that's where you are misunderstood everywhere. I always used to tell my boss, please, even if you find me not working in desk, don't think that I'm not working, because it doesn't mean you should see me working in writing or working on computer or doing something in filing. Don't think only that is work. Mental work is work. Sometimes we calculate mentally and think on that, and it happens in engineering, and that's what's part of organization is. Your own organization is very difficult. You can organize others, you can organize others, but remember it's difficult to get work by others, but you are a team member, you are a team leader also. You have to work with them, there's no way out. So we have to be very clear in understanding what basics of engineering is. It's not what books tell you, it's not what subjects tell you. There are so many subjects in civil engineering, you all know that. There are sort of structure, there's construction, there's designs, and there's fluid mechanics, and there are so many other, geology and all that things. I read one note in one structure in this forum that, I am a structural engineer, am I authorized to certify and sign soil investigation? This question was very childish, I felt. Why this question is raised by this structural engineer? He is claiming to be structural engineer, but he is writing this question on this forum of engineers, asking him. It's up to you. See, degree is one part, but this is not every part. How much you know is known to you, not to me. How much is known to you is your knowledge. Only you can tell me how much you can know. So I should trust what you say, but when I see you work that way, it's fine. I will say, yes, you know it. And when I say you're blank in that, you only claim that you know this, but actually you don't know this. So that's what I'm saying. It's up to you. How much do you know? You know it. I can't say that. And how much I know or I can do, it's up to me. Even if sometime what happens, I don't know something, so I try to find immediately that answer. And when I find answer, I find that, this I know. This is nothing new. So even your organization is uncertain. Sometimes you do not know what you can do. And sometimes you are doing something which you don't know you know it, but you are doing that. Example, ideal workers, our construction workers, you may call them industrial workers, we do them. How much was taught in our university and why is nothing about that? Means how you handle these people. There was no such subject. It was the labor relations. Labor relation doesn't tell you how to deal with people. Yeah, your relations are with them and that's it. Material relation, labor relation, human relation, you can say, or resources, whatever, you have to relate yourself. How you handle them, no teacher could tell you. This is not part of syllabus. How you handle your resources. They would say in one chapter something, this and this. There was a list of machine, these are list. Maybe they give you this list of your workers could be hardly that. So practical aspect is kept off education, and it's not their fault as well. It's duration of education is limited. Subjects are more, so they take only those subjects in studies which are real subjects in education, from which you can understand lot in theory as well as in practice also. But real practice, when you have to find, you have to deal with, that is available in field. And if you say from that aspect, if I analyze and consider my field, and I would say, as far as work is concerned, as far as dedication is concerned, devotion is concerned, use of mind is concerned, and keeping aside money, that's specifically I am telling, because money is another part which my profession doesn't give, which civil engineering at least doesn't give. So if you are money minded, 98% people are money minded. In current scenario, civil engineering profession should not be preferred by all those 98% people. They waste their time because they won't commit, they won't do. After passing civil engineering, they will like to go to IT or management. So there is no meaning of educating yourself as civil engineering. What's function or what's purpose of that? If you have to pass civil engineering and go to IAS examination or MBA examination, MBA studies, or to somewhere else, we have nothing to do with that. So don't waste your time in these studies, because civil engineering, particularly, I'm telling you, there are such subjects which eat your mind. You can't even think at that age what you are going to study, but that study is very difficult. If you keep in mind that age of 20 years, 16 years, 17, 18, 19 years, even up to 23, 24, because you are 16 or 17 years when you pass your school, and then you have to study for 4 or 5 years more. So you can say 20 to 25 age, 21 years age, in that age, whatever you learn in engineering education is extensive. At that age I am considering, you have to learn subjects which are completely imaginative, you can't see them, which are all analytical or theoretical or numeral based or equations based. Such subjects are not common subjects. They are brain breaking subjects. I am not saying brain using subjects, brain breaking subjects. Like analysis, like I mean to say materials, like you say strength of material, and a theory of structures. There is a theory of structures, a big one. So much so is there, you can't, if you do not understand that, in details, you can't study that subject. It's not simple calculations. In that theory of structure, complete mathematics is involved, complete higher mathematics. So don't opt for civil engineering. I'm not discouraging someone, I'm just explaining, don't look beautiful mountains everywhere. Remember, civil engineer means the engineer to work in dust, work in garbage, work in sewage, work in dirty waters, work in lakes, work in water resources, work in buildings which are nothing, no view, work in forests, work in new roads where there's nothing. So your life is not royal style. It is, you can say, animal style. So study it, better use it. Then don't think of leaving it to go to management or go to IT or go to administration, because your mind has been so sharp that you won't be successful there as well. You won't be successful, because if you are really understood that subjects, you have understood them, means you can't digest those boring areas of management, that boring area of administration, and that boring and useless areas of IT, because there you can't use your mind to that extent. Of course, your mind is for something else, and that you repeat and remind and say, oh, this is technology. Remember, that's only technology, but this is about technology. Here is accountability, responsibility, obligations, hard work, thinking. and dealing with everybody, every resources. So it's completely different profession, it's completely different organization. Do not think that you will be successful everywhere there. I'm not seeing very polite civil engineers. I've seen polite only when they are in designs or they are in planning. Even planning people are also based on sites, plus design people work in offices. They generally do not like to go to site works and they avoid that. I know reason of that they want a comfortable work. They can spend time on designs and they are happy with that. They don't want to tolerate site hardship, and they think that they are doing more intelligent work. Well, let them think. I won't object to that. Of course, they are intelligent and they work on computers, they work with designs. It's of course difficult but not easy work. Design is not so easy. I think, yeah, of course, it's not computer based, but it's completely calculation where we used to do calculation from first principles, those things, and still we can do that. It's not difficult, but it takes some time. Calculations always take some time, so we cannot say that software is everything. It's your mind capacity that can help you. So professionalism, I should especially stress on this word. Professionalism, which says that you have to do everything. Everything as much as you can do, you do it. There is no control, there is no definition, there is no boundary, confinement or something. You cannot encroach that field. You can encroach if you have details available, you have developed details, or you have gathered details or collected details because of coordination or something. So you are a different person, I can say. As I'm stressing, I'm not finding those dedicated, powerful engineers, just like there have been many in our country. And so devoted to work, many, not one. There are some prize holders now there are some Bharat Ratna also, but there are many more who are hidden in history. But you may be hidden here on earth, but in God's register you are not hidden. You are available there. You are well known. My management talk is only for that purpose. My professional talk, you can say this is professional understanding for those. Means everybody knows what doctor does. Everybody knows what chartered accountant does. Everybody knows what lawyer does or what judge does. Everybody knows what MBA does, and everybody knows what many other professions do. But everybody knows what a mechanical engineer can do. Mechanical name itself says machine guy, and electrical, they know what's electrical, so they know what they can do. There's nothing secret in that, and they are limited in that considerations because they are bound by mechanism. So there's no major scope to develop until there's an overhaul on some machine. You cannot say major multiplying, thriving chances to do something there. Yes, machine design is very big scope. We know that machine designs is not easy. Design of electrical engineering also very big design. But people do not understand, frankly speaking, civil engineering. They only see and say this is engineering. And this is not here alone, all over the world people see like that. Those who do not understand engineering, for them what's happening on sites is engineering, nothing more than that. So it's therefore, I should say, engineer should not be misunderstood, and particularly civil engineer who is basis of development, without whose thoughts development is not possible. Development, if development doesn't mean development of road or development building, it is total development. Development means development with systemized quality. Development with means improvement. Development doesn't mean just do it and don't think it. You have to think it and do it. Think many times, and once you think, don't change it drastically. Otherwise your thinking got no meaning. So professionalism, I'd say, some people say, professionalism means actually a rationalism of using materials. We are using materials. We are using resources of materials, resources of humanity, and both are not measurable. The resources are available. How to use them, that we have to think. Resources of humanity we cannot measure their work. Yes, quantification we can do, but that's not, I'm talking of different measurements. So we have to teach them, we have to expect, we have to tell them what to do, how to do. So my concern is little different. Maybe I am wrong, but what I'm talking is not based on some book. I'm talking on my own experience, what I observed when you begin close link with your resources, close link with technology, close links with your people, and close links with everybody. You find something, you record something, you study something. That's very important. I'm not talking because I'm interested in talking. I'm just trying to communicate to people because I got a chance. People should know what this world of civil engineering is. It's very big area in civil engineering, and therefore its management, its organizations are very different. Civil engineering is only field where hard work is done. Physical I mean to say you have to move from place to place and you have to do a lot. It's not simply visit, I'm visiting. It's not visit, it's dedication. Visit is something else. I'm talking of dedication. However big you may be, you have to dedicate to that work. That's very attractive point in civil engineering. And when I was not clear about this at that time, I was thinking why I joined this or what I miss. In beginning I thought this is I did a mistake in my life that I got this education and I was not in a capacity, I was not having that capacity that to change my profession at that time because I was an economical unsound guy. My economy was too weak, financial economy I'm talking, that was too weak, so I had no option. But I couldn't because I was from a family, I'm from a family where there was no engineer, there was no doctor in those days, and all very normal family, I can say very, very normal family. I could not understand what my education was just I was learning and also examinations. But I did not know what I had to do when I joined. I get some job, what I have to do. I did not understand even after joining my job. But life teaches everybody, remember. It's not books would teach you, it's not professors would teach you, it's life shall teach you. Just like mother and father teach kids, children when they are born, same way, then the society teaches you. But society's teaching are not reliable, those are leading and misleading both. But your field experience teaches you free of cost because you make mistakes also, you do good job also. You are kid, you have inside, you have some ambition, I want to do this, I want to do that. And by that method you learn a lot. You can learn a lot and you learn a lot, everybody learns a lot. So because I don't find many civil engineers in this world, I am happy to say that civil engineers are sometimes very different from social community, from other communities. Now there is no civil, there was a time when there were only civil, electrical, mechanical engineers. Other firms developed, but now these are very negligible engineers people. These are not counted like engineering community because quantity wise you can say they are very small or you can say whatever is. The civil engineering has been taken for granted by everybody as if there's nothing. Civil engineering only field where everybody is accessible without any delay and they just want to see people are doing and they do this right or wrong, they don't know nobody tells them you are doing right or doing right. So civil engineering in fact you can say has been a neglected engineering from all aspects. So it's from the structural aspect, the construction aspect, it may be material aspect, it may be use aspect, it may be research aspect, it may be whatever it is. Civil engineering has been taken for granted and unnecessary rules have been made for civil engineering which are not required in fact. only engineering that can think and do, where you can conceive something and you can do that. That is civil engineering. In machines, you have to do differently. In electricals, you have to do differently. But civil engineers, if they think properly, they shall be different community. And it's not based on my country alone. I'm telling you, based on whole world. Civil engineers, I'm not going to praise them at all, because there's no need to praise engineers. They are worth praising because they are engineers. Why should I praise them? Work praise everybody. You have seen projects, very, very excellent projects all over the world. And those projects have been there because somebody has worked on them, and those were engineers only, and they devote immense. I will say, if suppose there are 100 engineers working in such projects, you cannot say whole what they are. Another point of the professional management is trying to hit is, particularly for civil engineers, I'm just suggesting that whatever you are supervising in field, what you are explaining to those workers who are not educated in engineering or they know work, but they are not backed by any training, though they should be, but they're not. Whatever training they achieve on sites, they achieve in works. So I would suggest to those general foremen and to those civil engineers who are involved on sites and organization or management, they should better teach those workers as a teacher, as a professor, because whatever they learn there, if they learn incorrect, if they learn substandard activity, they will do that somewhere else. Or if they work professionally or traditionally or rightly for the specifications, they will reproduce same result. So this responsibility every engineer must take, that you are a civil engineer. First of all, you have to prove that you are a teacher, because every civil engineer is a teacher. Actually, every engineer is a teacher, but particularly you are a teacher of those people who are not students, who are, you can say, by virtue of practice, by virtue of doing work, they learn. They are not formal teacher to whom you can say write this and learn it. No, it's not that. They are writing on work, and you have to train them in that capacity, that they are different type of students who learn on job. So if you know job, you explain to them, you have to do like this. So that is called training. So we have to take care of that. That's one part of organization. You are bound to tell them, otherwise they will do that work wrong also. How to tell that? That's the point here. How to tell? Because if they know your language, fine, you can tell them. If they don't know your language, you can't tell them in English, because everybody cannot understand English. Their language you cannot understand. Maybe you find in multinational area Egyptians, Syrians, Lebanese, or Thailand, Far East people, or African people, somebody else you may find. Even then, question is there. You have a duty to tell them also, to teach them also. That's your duty. You can't run away from there, because everybody has a right to learn. When you are also learning in a job, every worker has a right to learn. And even if they use it, if that worker uses that in work, it is different, but your duty is to explain by, they can't read, there's no meaning of giving paper to them, but you have to, explain to them. If they do not know, you have to explain them by direct teaching or through to some foreman or supervisor who understands that language of that person. So it's important point that we cannot take on this for granted. That's why it's very important. That's why I'm spending some time on professional organization. Management means that you have fixed strategy of managing. Management cannot be varied. It can be, of course, retried, but management, and if you compare management to professional organization, organizational, you can say professional organizational values, like, rationalized system, whereas management is not that much rationalized. Means there's no calculation basis. There was something people don't just produce something based on assumptions. So therefore, maybe you are not getting my point, but that must be taken care of. That you have to do right work, because you explain 100 times, person would not understand. But once they do activity, they would understand how this activity is done, how is the material prepared, how is site cleared, how you in that area of what we are doing, you think they do everything there. If that person should repeat that later on to all those persons who are working, they later on, if they have to learn from one job or to another job, you may take say 2 3 jobs for real learning. That's a great point. That's a big point here. If we consider organization model, so it's not simply, I should say, we have as a time when the engineers themselves have to sort out. It's, only theories would work, or work would work. Means the real work would work. To say why these Gulf people have been successful in their civil engineering, because they respect people, they respect consultants, they respect engineers. The engineers take pay from them. Uh, uh, if you want really to make something for others, you have to help them. Help them learning. Help them, not that you help them for money. They would get money because they are working, but you have to help them with values, with systems, and to tell them in your language, if not in English. Everybody can't understand English, and somebody understands English, then there will be some other deficiency with that person. So what I say is, your organization of management is little different. Civil engineers are little different community, because they are dealing with high materials, concrete, you can say RCC, like what you say is, I would simply say, professionalize your mind. Professionalize your mind. Okay, that was little talk on professional management. As usually I do, just to bore you. Now, I'll now talk about quality. That's concrete. Very important point in management and structures. And this concrete, though it's a small word, very small word, but it's more powerful. You can say that way. Concrete. Concrete. I explained a lot yesterday, and I think I transferred boredom to you for about 2 hours or more. Now again I am here to transfer boring to you on concrete material. You know lot about concrete now. We were held up at some point yesterday, and I now continue concrete specifications of QCS, Qatar civil specifications, which is actually very powerful document. I understand that. Maybe you have different opinion. I actually don't know about that. Sometimes uh, mind works but body does not work. Sometimes my eyes are closed. We have many walls in our work, many walls, many voltages in our work, many amperes in our work we cannot measure. But we are interested in everything, that's also true. I am not teacher here. I am just advising you what I have done. That's it. I don't want to be your teacher because there are many teachers who teach, who teach, who teach based on books. They don't work themselves because they are teachers. Teacher's job is to teach. That's it. Teacher's job is to teach and learn from same books that teaches from. That's not what I have to say. In profession, concrete exists. Concrete does exist everywhere. It is in open form or in covered form. It's in raw form or it's in mixed form. It happens everywhere. But we cannot use it. That's the problem. I say about concrete now. Of course, this is very boring, and we studied that. I was on repair management, though it may be very small. I will start from there itself. That is repair management or repairs of concrete. I'm sorry, 170. It says repair of concrete here. After cellular concrete was repair, we have gone through cellular concrete, that was roof concrete. I am saying repair of concrete because it's a part of specification. But concrete repair is required. Repair is required because there are some difficulties, some problems, some mistakes. That's why repairs are required. If there is no mistake, there is no meaning of repair. What is repair? First of all, we have to understand that. We say repair means what? This means it was in pair, it is broken, you have to rejoin that. Or what is that? What do you call it? Everything is repaired in every field. Repair is very common because when we We don't want to throw something, we have to repair this. But if you repair something in new work, there's a question why you call it repair. But practically it is repair. I say repair of concrete, and I read as such, listen what I read. Extent and nature of defects in concrete. Yeah, saying defects. Defects. Exchange and nature of concrete or defects in concrete shall be established in accordance with part 15 of this section. Based on these results, engineer shall confirm acceptability of work and whether remedial works are required or not required. Whether remedial works are required or remedial works are not required. Now, remedial works means you have to repair, that's it. Remedial works are required. Contractor shall submit detailed method statement in identifying specific materials to be used and this sequence of activities for repair. Now, if remedial works are required, then we have to do that. Now, proprietary proven materials that form part of the standard repair system shall be used. Now, this is for repairs. Now, honeycombing or spalling. Honeycombing or spalling means, when something is taken out from its surface or it was not there, it means it's left with there. It's kind of rough surface, it's kind of porous surface on concrete, or it's kind of, something is coming out from that small portion. It's weakening internal part of that portion. So we can say where there is a honeycomb surface or honeycomb concrete. Honeycombing or spalling, whenever there is honeycombing concrete or concrete damaged by physical forces, such as impact. Impact means that has caused spalling. Concrete shall be replaced using a high strength, free flow cement, which is micro concrete or something else. Now, areas of repair that should be marked on site, and engineers agree on that. The honeycomb, loose, cracked, honeycomb, loose, cracked and friable concrete in these areas shall be removed until steel or other embedded items such as conduits, lifting sockets and other inserts are loosened or damaged. So, where removal of concrete by mechanical means is difficult due to reinforcement, congestion existence, the use of high pressure water jetting can be considered, and necessary provisions for protecting the rest of structure be made. Because when you remove something, there's sectional defect there, sectional weakness, so we have to provide, if required, some arrangements to support a structure. Now it said prepared void. There's a void now. Prepared void shall be profiled so that entrapment of air is on air. Entrapment of air is avoided, and during their repair process using fluid microconcrete. So. Minimum depth of repair shall be 40 mm throughout. This is specification of material. Means 40 mm limit is there. If it's more than that, you have to find some other method. Not this method. So micro concrete is saying 40 mm throughout. The perimeter of area to be repaired shall be first cut to a depth of 100 mm using suitable tool, and featured edges shall not be accepted. Now this surface is prepared and it's sound surface. We have reached this exposure of aggregates. We have removed all latencies. We have removed all loose materials or foreign metals from there. And we have water input. Something else we want removed. Now question is, the prepared concrete surface shall be sound and clean and free from loose particles. Okay. Dust and dust, there should nothing as such, and should be clearly clear, exclusively clear for application of work of microconcrete. Now exposed reinforcement is sound. If it is so, where exposed reinforcement is sound, it shall be mechanically cleaned of rust and loose mill scale. Now reinforcement damage during removal of concrete. Removal of concrete is or preparation process shall, if required by engineer, be repaired or replaced. Now adequate formwork, you can say required formwork actually. Now we have to provide required formwork to receive this concrete. We have to do that, and we know how to do that in that area. Now this is fixed to withstand hydraulic pressure. This formwork, we have to fix it at bottom of right. Now formwork is ready, it's watertight. You cannot simply say it's formwork. You have to test that it's watertight. You feel that formwork is water, and water should not leak. So all joints between panels and between formwork and existing concrete surfaces, so as to prevent ground leakage. Formwork shall be watertight. Why I'm slow now, Because this is work. We did formwork, we tested it from leak viewpoint. Now we formwork is constructed from material which is best one, and engineer is ready for that. Okay, fine, go ahead. Now formwork or shuttering surfaces that are to be in contact with repair microconcrete shall be treated with a suitable mold oil. Suitable mold, please. Suitable mold a release agent, and this shall be used in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. So, relaxingly, because you have to spend time on site. Now, we have to concrete it. That's the important one. Your formwork is ready, your steel is ready, concrete is to be poured into that. Means it's very small portion, 40 mm, not big one. Means it's not like other concrete you can do. No vibrator machine shall be working here. No need, because in 40 mm vibrator won't go and it should not go. So what we should do then? Feed pipe, no. We use feed pipe into this form with repair micro concrete, and we filled in that. Now this entry point of feed pipe into form shall be at lowest point of void. Hydrostatic head is required. For pumping, pressure is required. Now we have to maintain them also. And when this void is complete, no air remains entrapped. We filled in that. Now where necessary provision be made for controllable bleed points to prevent air entrapment and enable extent of flow of repair materials to be assessed. Formwork shall be inspected by engineer and if approved, filled with clean water, which demonstrates that formwork is grout tight, and saturates prepared concrete surface. This formwork is then completely dried and resealed. Now situation where where completed repair subject to constant immersion in epoxy bonding agent shall be applied in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Now we have to see that situation, that we have to apply repair material into that formwork. Hmm? In situation where we see, what we see is that uh, after inspection of engineer, what we have done, we have taken out water on that. Now, in situation where completed repair be subject to constant immersion in an epoxy board agent. Agent shall be applied in accordance with. Okay, again it's different. Now in situation where completed repair will be subject to constant immersion in epoxy bonding agent shall be applied in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. The bonding agent is required in that. Now both compressive strength and flexural strength shall be at water powder. Both compressive strength and flexural strength shall be at water powder ratio of 0.18 and tested at 20 degrees Celsius. So this is a requirement. Now let me put this pen on this. Now, if requested, the thermal conductivity and elastic modulus of repair material shall be compatible with host concrete. This is thermal conductivity and elastic modulus. Elastic modulus of repair material shall be compatible with host concrete. Host concrete depends means what grade it is, what quality it is. Your new concrete should match with that. Host concrete means you have done it, you know what grade it is, what type, OPC or SRC or GGBS or PFA, and that this concrete which is coming in my performance should be compatible with that. Now, if requested, test is requested by engineer, test results shall be material, test results of material, following properties, that's the thermal conductivity of this material, that's micro concrete. What is thermal conductivity? What is elastic modulus? Is 1881 of BSc in elastic modulus. Will find their expansion characters means expansion character ASTM C 827 and CRD 6281. Have to see the expansion character, and then flow characteristics UK.BD paragraph 4. Okay, then we say follow character, that's UK.BD is this amount. So thermal conductivity, elastic modulus, BS 181, expansion characteristics and flow characteristics. Micro concrete shall be mixed when placed in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations, particularly with regard to water content. Micro shall be mixed and placed in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations, particularly with regard to water content, mixing equipment and placing time. Now, placing of micro shall be continuous without any gap, and mixing operation shall be timed so that there is minimal interruption in material flow. Material flow, if however, placing is interrupted, placing is interrupted, operation shall recommence as soon as possible, while repair material retains its properties. Therefore, I think I am breaking today, right? I should not break today. Let me just view weather of this. I'm just coming in here, just a minute. Just coming. Because I think humidity is very high today. It's looking like 88%. 88% humidity. High humidity. Some problems, I saw the effect of humidity on my body. अबे यार तू क्या यहाँ से फालतू आ गया सारे फालतू लोग हैं सभी. So now formwork will be removed until repair microconcrete has achieved a compressive strength of at least 10 MPa or as directed by engineers. So it will achieve in 4 or 5 hours. This normally whatever you take it in 24 hours out better. I tried, means it takes 10 MPa is not big issue for this concrete. Immediately after removal of formwork, repair area shall be cured in accordance with part 10 of this section. Okay, repair material shall be shrinkage compensated in both liquid and curved states and liquid and cured state, and contain no metallic expansion system. Be pre-packed and factory quality controlled. Be a free-flowing cementitious material that has a coefficient of thermal expansion fully compatible with host concrete and which complies with requirements of table 16.3. Now what table 16.3 states? Property requirements of microconcrete. That is, property, then test method, and then minimum value. There are 3 columns in this, and there are 3 properties. In property, there's a compressive strength, there's a flexural strength, there's an anchorage bond. In compression strength, test method is BSEN 12390.3 at 28 days. That's compressive strength on 28 days. You have to 50 MPa minimum value on 28 days. So in property, it's compressive strength. Test method is BSEN 12390-3 at 28 days, and that is 50 MPa. That is minimum value. Maximum can be 60 something. Flexural strength is BS. That's what is BS 4551 at 28 days, and BS 8110. That's anchorage bond. So flexural strength is 4551 at 28 days, and average bond is average. Anchorage bond is BS 8110. That is minimum value, and that is for flexural strength. It's 10 MPa, that's 1/5 of compressive strength, and anchorage bond passes, means it just passes. Crack injection is another one. Crack injection. This was microconcrete. Now we have crack injection. Crack injection. 1 hour 35 minutes. This clause of specification covers non-active cracks within concrete elements caused by shrinkage or other structural movements, and non-active cracks be injected with a low viscosity epoxy. Low viscosity epoxy resin to fill and seal So clause of specification covers non-active cracks within concrete elements and caused by shrinkage or other structural movement. Non-active cracks shall be injected with a low viscosity epoxy resin to fill and seal, crack and restore structural integrity. All right. Before starting injection operation, it shall be established by testing and investigation work that cracks manifest within concrete element due to either of both shrinkage or structural movement are non-active. Again I am reading, before starting injections, it shall be established by testing and investigation that cracks manifest concrete elements due to either or both shrinkage or structural movement Okay. Before starting injection operation, it shall be established that testing and investigation works that cracks manifest within concrete elements due to either or both by shrinkage or structural movements are not active. Extent of cracks to be filled shall be as directed by engineer. Cracks to be filled shall be marked out in details on concrete elements by contractor and agreed with engineer before proceeding. Extent of work may be adjusted. Extent of work may be adjusted by engineer as project proceeds according to conditions found. Grease, oil or other contaminants grease, oil, or other contaminants shall not be removed. Remove them, shall be removed. Grease, oil, or other contaminants shall be removed. Algae and other biological growth shall. Very boring. Very boring but very good. Grease, oil, or other contaminants shall be removed. Algae and other biological growth shall also be removed by scrubbing with bacterial uh, loose or spalling areas of concrete, latents, traces of paints or other coating materials within marked out scope of work shall be removed. Then you see, when you say loose or spalling areas of concrete, latent traces of paint or other coating materials within marked out scope of work shall be removed. It's very usual. Then all cracks shall be thoroughly cleaned. Cleaned. All cracks thoroughly cleaned using oil free compressed air. Then injection pipes or injection nipples shall be fixed at intervals along length of each crack. Intervals of each crack. So injection nipples you can say shall be fixed at intervals along length of each crack. Now distance between each nipple depends on width and depth of crack. Now spacing shall be close enough to ensure that resin would penetrate along crack to next point of injection. It says spacing shall be closely enough and each nipple shall be firmly bonded to concrete surface by using a sealant, and sealant shall be supplied in two pans liquid base and hardener system. Because this is epoxy, liquid base and hardener system, two components shall be thoroughly mixed together for 3 to 4 minutes until a purely like consistency is achieved. Mixed sealant shall be applied to metal base. Of each surface fixed nipple. Each mixed sealant shall be applied to metal base of each surface fixed nipple. They shall be pressed firmly into place and held for several seconds until secure. Mixed sealant shall be applied around each embedded nipples, and ensuring a complete seal is made in this way. All nipples shall be fixed along length of crack. I remember, read it again. Each nipple shall be firmly bonded. Each nipple shall be firmly bonded to concrete surface by using a sealant. Sealant shall be supplied into panes, liquid base and hardener system. Two components shall be thoroughly mixed together for 3 to 4 minutes until a putty-like consistency is achieved. Mixed sealant shall be applied to metal base of each surface fixed nipple. They shall be pressed firmly into place and held for several minutes or seconds until secure. Two components shall be thoroughly mixed together for 3 to 4 minutes until putty-like consistency is achieved. Mixed sealant shall be applied to metal base of each surface fixed nipple. They shall be pressed firmly into place. They shall be pressed firmly into place and held for several seconds until secure. Mixed sealant shall be applied around each embedded nipple, ensuring a complete seal is made. In case of wall or slab which is cracked all the way through, wall or slab, nipples shall be located on both sides with those at Alright guys, now uh, nipple shall be located in walls and slab both sides, those at back placed at midways points between those in front. Now surface of cracks between nipples shall be sealed with a band of sealant 30 to 40 mm wide and 2 to 3 mm. Then you see surface of cracks between nipples shall be sealed with band of sealant 30 to 40 mm wide and 2 to 3 mm thick, both sides if cracks which go all the way through a wall or slab shall be sealed in this way. Prepared cracks shall be allowed to cure for 12 to 24 hours, at low ambient temperature. Alright, sir. Prepared cracks shall be allowed to cure for 12 to 24 hours. I am going very slow because this is different material. At low ambient temperature 5 degrees to 12 degrees Celsius. Curing time will be extended and contractor shall ensure that surface sealant has adequately cured before continuing. So it's said prepared cracks shall be allowed to cure for 12 to 24 hours at low ambient temperatures 5 to 12 degrees Celsius. The curing time will be extended and contractor shall ensure that surface sealant has adequately cured before continuing. Okay, curing time shall be extended and contractor shall ensure that surface sealant has adequately cured before continuing. One end of injection shall be attended to further. Now, let us see what it says. On end of injection hose shall be attached to lowest nipple one vertical cracks or to either end of horizontal cracks. Is something very different. It says one end of injection hose shall be attached to lowest nipple uh, on vertical cracks or to either end of horizontal cracks. Each crack shall be treated on in a single continuous operation. Sufficient material shall therefore be ready before commencement of work. Contractor shall ensure that sufficient cracks are prepared. Contractor shall ensure that sufficient cracks are prepared to provide effective use of mixed material. Preparation, mixing and application of materials. Come on. So, contractor shall ensure that sufficient cracks and prepared are prepared to provide effective area of mixed material. Preparation, mixing and application of materials shall be undertaken in strict accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Contractor is to ensure that all necessary tools and equipment are on site. Contractor shall ensure that sufficient cracks are prepared to produce effective use of mixing materials. Put that fan also off so that my light has gone. There's a daily problem, electricity has gone. It's hot now. every day problems, every day. It's difficult to adjust them. Now, preparation, mixing, the application of materials shall be undertaken in strict accordance with manufacturer recommendations. Contract is to ensure that all necessary tools and equipments are on site. Both compressive strength and fracture strength shall be tested at 7 days. Material shall exhibit excellent bond to concrete, and when tested for tensile adhesion, failure shall be in concrete and not in interface. Shall be in concrete and not on at interface. Now, injection resins shall be of pre-packed, pre-packaged or pre-weighed, pre-packaged or pre-weighed type, and only use of full units would be allowed. No part packs or on-site batching will be allowed under any circumstances. Now, in operation of storage, mixing and application, contract shall comply with health and safety recommendations of manufacturers and governing authorities. Injected system shall be allowed to cure for 24 hours and shall be left undisturbed for this time. Nipples and bands of surface as sealant shall then be removed and damaged areas made good to satisfaction of engineer. Injection material shall be compatible with host concrete and shall have properties shown in table when tested in accordance with relevant standards. Table 14.6.4 now. Property requirement for epoxy crack injection material. Property, method and minimum value, compressive strength, and the BS4551, BS2782, BS6319 method is, and minimum value is 70 MPa, and property is flexural strength, and that is BSEN 123905. So property requirement for epoxy concrete injection material. Now we come to polyester resin concrete piping systems for non-pressure drainage and sewerage. So it's 173 pages 05, so still 30 pages more. Let's see how it works. %, humidity. I'm sitting in difficulty. I'm coming, please wait a minute. %, humidity. Not easy. Polyester resin concrete PRC, it's called piping system for non-pressure drainage and sewerage. General. Polyester resin concrete is a mixture formed from aggregates and fillers. Polyester resin concrete, PRC, and it's to say it's not. It's to say that is. Polyester resin concrete is a mixture formed from aggregate and fillers which are bound together. Means aggregate and fillers which are bound together. You see, polyester is also called polymer concrete pipes. Polymer concrete pipes, as defined in ISO 18672-1 or ASTM D6783 with the amendment given below. Polyester resin concrete is permitted for use in infrastructure, drainage and sewage system. Polyester resin concrete is permitted. Polyester resin concrete is permitted for use in infrastructure, drainage and sewage systems, pipes, manholes and soakways. Manholes and soakways. Resin. What is resin here? So, resin used in pipe system and manufactured per ISO 18672 shall have 671 shall have a temperature of deflection of at least 85 degrees Celsius. Which deflection 85? No, what's that? No. Resin used in pipe system and manufactured for ISO 18672-1 shall have a temperature of deflection of at least 85 degrees Celsius when tested in accordance with method A of 1 ISO 75-2 with the test specimen in edgewise position. It shall also conform to applicable requirements of EN 13121-1. Resin used in pipe system and manufacture for ASTM D6783 shall have a minimum deflection temperature of 85 degrees Celsius when tested at 1.82 MPa following test method. D68 resin content shall not be less than 7% of weight of sample as determined by test method D2584. I will read these two paragraphs again so that it's clear regarding resin I'm talking of, and before that is journal. So journal is polyester resin concrete. It is a mixture of formed from aggregates and fillers which are bound together using a polyester resin. So there are aggregates and fillers and resin also called polymer concrete pipes defined in ISO 18672-1 or ASTM D6783 with amendments given below. Polyester resin concretes are permitted for use in infrastructure, drainage and sewage system, pipes, manholes and soakways. And resin used in pipe system and manufactured by ISO 18672 shall 18672-1 shall have a temperature of deflection of at 85 degrees Celsius when tested in accordance with method A of ISO 752 with test specimen in edgewise position. It shall also conform to applicable requirement of EN 13121-1. Now number 2, resins used in pipe system and manufactured by ASTM D6783 shall have a minimum reflection temperature of 85 degrees Celsius when tested at 1.82 MPa following test method D648. Resin content shall not be less than 7% of weight of sample as determined by test D2584. Now minimum strength we are going to see in this minimum strength cases. Minimum strength classes for different types of pipe shows shapes are given below. Stable 16.4 and 16.5 are there. 16.4 says that was 16.4. This minimum strength classes for pipes designated PRC-OC or PRC-TC. Now PRC-OC and PRC-TC. So I'm saying is in this there are 3 columns, actually 2 columns in fact. Nominal diameter DN and there is strength class SCN for millimeters. There are 2 columns in this PRC-OC and PRC-TC. PRC-OC and PRC-TC. I'll see what's this. And now in nominal size DN, this is 150 less than equal to DN less than equal to 500. So this is 500 and 150 mm size. PRC-OC is 180, PRC-TC is 180. And if you go to size between 600 is less than equal to DN is less than equal to 1000, so 600, 1000 you can say is 145 PRC-OC and PRC-TC is 160. And when it's 1200 DN less than equal to DN less than equal to 3000, PRC-OC is 120, PRC-TC is 145. So PRC is very simple to say. It's polished resin concrete and non-pressure polished resin concrete, and so table 16.5 is minimum strength classes for pipe designated this. So this was minimum. This is for minimum strength classes for pipe designated PRC OC, PRC TC. So polyester resin concrete OC and TC. So minimum strength classes of pipes designated again PRC OE and PRC TE. Nominal width or height. Nominal width or height is this, and in previous case was nominal size. So nominal width or height. Width is WN or HN. Strength class is SC Newton per millimeter, PRC-OE and PRC-TE. Now in this case, nominal width or height WN HN. This is 300 or 450 less than equal to WN HN less than equal to 600 or 900, and then it is 700 1050 is less than equal to WN HN less than equal to 1000 or 1500. Then 1200 over 180, 1800 less than equal to WH or HN, 1400 over 2100. So there are three conditions here. So in first one is 180, that's 300, 500, 300, 450, 600, 900. So this is, 180, 145, 160, and 120, 45, 145. Table 16.6, minimum strength classes of pipe size in PRC OK and PRC TK. And in this case, again, there's 800 and 1000, 800 and 1000, because this is for pipes designated PRC OK. Here, nominal size diameter is 800 and 1000 in between, and 1200 and 18,000 in between. Strength classes a PRC OK and PRC TK, 145, 160 and 120, 145. Now we go to this PK and TK. These are designations. So PRC is polished resin concrete strength class, and that's called SC strength class, and this newtons per millimeter and newtons per meter. These are all strengths. Now going to structure. Now going to structural precast concrete, and that is structural precast concrete, part 17 of this specification. Precast concrete. It's 558, I think. How many hours of work? 2 or so early. Alright, it's no problem. Let's see. Now in this precast concrete, the structural concrete, we have general, then we have material, and then we have forming, the installation. These are 5, I think. In general, we have scope, references, submittals, qualifications, quality assurance, quality control testing, delivery, storage and handling, design, loadings, actions, and structural members. In materials, we have general reinforcing bars, bearing pads, embedded steel. In forming, we have general intolerance. Then installations, we have general, survey, guying, brazing and shoring, adjustments and correction, erection tolerances, welding, grouting, field cutting. These are all important points, particularly in general, which is as routine is scope, references, submittals, qualifications, quality requirements, assurance and quality control, testing, and delivery storage, and handling and design, loading actions, and structural member selection. While in metals is generally the same but different, one only general reinforcing parts, bearing pads. Here is different bearing pads because this is a precast concrete, and then embedded steel, and the forming is general, and tolerance installation is general, survey, guying, GUIANG, brazing and shoring, adjustments and correction, erection tolerances, welding, grouting, field cutting, and we see what is actually now. Work included in this section comprises furnishing all plant, labor, equipment, appliances, and materials, and performing all operations in connection with the structural precast concrete for precast. Related sections in the parts are which are to this this specifications. This relate to part 2, that is aggregate, part 3 is cementitious materials, part 5 is admixtures, part 6 is property requirement, part 7 is concrete plants, part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete, part 9 is formwork, part 10 is curing, part 11 is reinforcement, and part 5 is hot weather concreting, because these all relate to this item of precast. Once again I am telling you, aggregates and cementitious materials, admixtures, property requirements, concrete plants, transportations and placing of concrete, formwork, curing, reinforcement, hot weather concreting. Now references are very few, and let us see what are these. These are standards, and these are ASH2, AASHTO, ASH2, standard specification for highway bridges, section 25, the ACI 5232R, guide for precast cellular concrete floor, roof and wall units, ACI 533R, guide for precast concrete wall panels, and ACI 5331R, design responsibility for architectural precast concrete projects, and ACI 543R, design, manufacture and installation of concrete pipes and piles, concrete piles, and the ACI 550.1R-09, and this is guide to emulating cast in place detailing for seismic design of precast concrete structures, that is guiding to emulating cast in place detailing for seismic design of precast concrete structures. Then ASCE SEI 705 minimum design loads for buildings and other structures, ACI 318-11 building code requirement for structural concrete, then BSE 8110 structural use of concrete, then BSEN 1991-1-4 Eurocode 1, and actions on structures, general actions, wind actions, and then BSEN 1992-1-1 Eurocode 2 design of concrete structures, general rules and rules for buildings, ISO 9000 equality management systems, fundamentals and vocabulary, Priestess Concrete Institute Manual 116. And now we say what is manufacturers literatures. We have to see in submittals. This is submittal parts. Manufacturers literature. Contractor shall provide copies of manufacturers specifications and installation instructions for each item of proprietary material to be used, showing compliance with this specification. Information on equipment, embedded items and other accessories shall also be provided. Design mixes, copies of mixed designs with support materials and requirements of mixed design shall be in accordance with part 6 and 7 of this section. Product design criteria, loading for designs, initial handling and erection stresses, all dead and live loads per specification on contract drawings or as required. All other load specified for members where there are applicable, and product design calculations. Design calculations shall be performed by structural engineer experienced in precast concrete design, shall cover all stages of handling, transportation and erection. Design shall be carried out in accordance with requirements of BSEN 1992-1-1 or relevant ACI codes, and shall be accepted by engineer. Calculations for design of precast members shall be supported by a statement explaining principles of design and types of analysis adopted. Influence of individual member in achieving overall stability of structure should be considered. Influence of individual member in achieving overall stability of structure should be considered. Computer programs used in design shall be fully described, and details of input and printout shall be presented in a manner which can be readily understood, and following requirements shall be met. Program manuals and instructions to program users shall be made available to engineer upon request. Where such program cannot be demonstrated by contractor to have been fully checked, or where engineer considers it necessary, contractor shall run such test examples as engineer and may choose in order to verify completeness and accuracy of program. Members that are exposed to weather shall be designed to provide for movement of components without damage, failure of joint seals, undue stresses on fasteners, or other detrimental effects when subject to seasonal or cyclic day or night temperature ranges. Precast systems shall be designed to accommodate construction tolerances, deflection of other building structure members, and clearance of intended openings. Calculate structural properties of framing members in accordance with BS 8110 or BS EN 1992-1-1 or relevant ACI codes. Now, shop drawing. This was about materials and design philosophy. This is so far a design philosophy and materials. Submittals was regarding design mixes. The title was submittals, and then design mixes, product design criteria, product design calculations, shop drawings. Now I'm talking of contractor shall provide following information for approval of engineer. Layout plan and detail in fabrication and placement drawings for each structural precast element. Shop drawings are to include following information: size, grade, profile, and dimension of materials used, connection and anchorage details, lifting devices, locations and handling limitations, steel reinforcement details, all openings, sleeves, inserts, and other provisions in full coordination with all trades in contract. All trades in contract. Identification marks. Erection procedures. Now, detailed outline of sequence and methods of erection, including but not limited to types, capacities, and numbers of craneage, methods of support and transportation. Fabrication records. A record shall be kept for every piece of precast element produced, showing following: number 1, type and number; number 2, date of pour; number 3, concrete test results; number 4, shop drawing reference number; number 5 is type and duration of curing; number 6 is date of delivery of subject to site; number 7 is date of fixing in position. I repeat: type and number, date of port, concrete test results, shop drawing reference number, type and duration of procuring, date of delivery at site, date of fixing in position. This record shall be kept for every piece of precast element produced, showing following. Now, test reports. Copies of all testing and inspection reports. Trial panels. Contractor shall produce trial panels in accordance with requirements of Part 10 of this section, and trial panels shall be retained for reference purpose for acceptance of production work. Now, qualifications. Now, structural precast work shall be executed by an approved specialist subcontractor for casting and also for transportation, handling, and erection. Contractor may execute this work self if one can satisfy engineer that it has sufficient experience and expertise in this specialty of field. As minimum, contractor shall provide satisfactory evidence that its tradesmen and their supervisory personnel engaged in such work have successful experience with work comparable to that shown and specified. Provide details of organized quality control and testing procedures. Then quality assurance or requirement precast concrete supplier shall have a quality assurance system or scheme that means ISO 9000, 2015, and all work shall be performed to secure for project homogeneous concrete having required strength, surface finish, materials, durability and weathering resistance without planes of weakness or other structural defects, and free of honeycombs, air pockets, voids, projections, offset of plane and other defacements of concrete. So what is right? All work shall be performed to secure for project homogeneous concrete having required strength, surface finish, materials, durability and weathering resistances. Without planes of weaknesses or other structural defects and free of honeycombs, air pockets, voids, projections, offsets of plane and other defacement of concrete. No alterations or substitutions of structural systems shown on drawing are permitted unless otherwise specified. No alternative or substitution of structural systems shown on drawings also permitted unless otherwise specified. Contractor shall supervise and coordinate all phases of structural precast concrete construction process and be responsible for complete manufacturing process. Methods of manufacture and practices of handling raw materials and manufactured concrete shall be reviewed by engineer before execution of structural precast concrete work at least 14 days before beginning of precasting work. Only materials of known quality shall be incorporated in work. All materials shall be properly selected, reviewed and approved by engineer before use and maintained during shipment, storage and use. Construction systems and techniques shall be properly selected, reviewed and approved by engineer before use and maintained throughout complete structural precast concrete construction phase. Let's say construction systems and techniques shall be properly selected, reviewed and approved by engineer before use and maintained throughout complete structural precast concrete construction phase. Adequate spare equipment, parts, additional components and repair facilities shall be available for all tools and equipment. Regardless of approval by engineer, contractor shall be responsible to regardless of approvals by engineer, contractor shall be responsible for all materials, methods of structural precast concrete work. If work does not meet specified requirements, contractor shall at no additional cost to employer implement removal, replacement and remedial works, revise procedures or materials to prevent recurrence of unacceptable work. Quality control or quality related now. Contractor shall prepare and provide quality control program for structural precast concrete work and particular attention to details, pre-checking processes, procedures and close supervision, and in particular contractor shall, in order to assure that proper work is performed to prevent later corrective actions, assign at least one experienced supervisor full time to provide quality control for structural precast concrete work. Then say assignment will not relieve contractors other quality control personnel of their duties related to quality control of structural requirements and surface finish of structural precast concrete work. So you have to provide one supervisor in this case who will take responsibility of quality control and structural precast work, and also this assignment shall not relieve other people on the site. Now, contractor shall arrange for training of his quality control personnel who will perform quality control of structures present. So, contractor shall arrange. What are you saying? Say, remember this? Yes. Contractor shall arrange for training of his quality control personnel who would perform quality control of structural precast concrete work, and whose training shall include but not be limited to material evaluation, special mix design technique, mix replacement, vibrator selection and use, then formwork, detailed formwork production, and release agent use, reinforcing steel, detailing and installation, finishing, equipment and techniques, and corrective procedures and production of. So this quality control personnel shall be responsible for verifying all details necessary to produce a Now, contracted quality control personnel shall also verify quality of structural precast concrete work and guide production of results which will be within acceptable physical tolerances. Testing. That's very important part. It's a part of quality control, very important part. Water is 618. That's right. Go on that. I don't know. Now testing. Concrete shall be tested per specification part 6 of this section. Contractor shall furnish labor required or workers required or human resources required to facilitate testing. Inform engineer with at least 1 day's advance notice when concrete is to be placed. Provide storage facilities for concrete test cubes. Provide material samples and access to materials as required for testing. Should batching plant be located more than 500 meters away from site office, Contractor shall provide suitable transport acceptable to engineer for sole use of engineers and staff. Contractor shall station a qualified technician at casting site to continuously test, inspect, and report on following. That concrete testing is being carried out in accordance with requirements of Part 6 of this section. Check following and verify conformance with specified requirements and approved shop drawings. All reinforcement bars, all embedment bars or items, all formwork. Check all openings and provisions for coordination with all trades in contract as shown on approved shop drawing. Now, check all openings and provisions for coordination with all trades in contract as shown on adopted shop drawings. Contract shall provide facilities and equipment for conducting all tests specified herein except for strength test, which should be carried out by an approved independent testing agency. Now, delivery, storage and handling. Delivery, storage and handling. This is also a safety risk involving part. Delivery, storage and handling. And it depends upon when it was cast, what's the number day to day, and it's better or somebody working. Let us see how it works. Good morning to Chaudhary Raju. Thank you very much for joining. Now, delivery, storage and handling, that is last stage of production, and delivery then will start. And structural precast elements shall be removed from form without damaging or overstressing and stored or placed for transportation on a stable bed that will not allow distortion of member. Separate stacked members with suitable patterns and bracings. Now, make each member with an identifying reference or piece mark and date of casting. All piece marks are to be correlated with test reports and plan layouts or erection drawings. We are dealing with safety methods now. The structural precast, all piece marks are to be correlated with test reports and plan layouts of erection drawings. अच्छा यार ये क्यों बीच में आता है भाई? Structural precast elements shall be transported with sufficient battens, bracings and supports so as to prevent overstress by vibration of or impact loading. Contractor shall submit proposed methods of transportation to engineer for approval. The structural precast units shall be stored, handled, and transported in a manner that will avoid undue strains, hair cracks, staining, or other damage. Contractor shall deliver units from casting site to project site in accordance with schedule and proper setting sequence. The structural precast units shall be stored free of ground. The structural precast unit shall be stored free of ground and protected from wind or rain splashes. Units shall be covered and protected from dust, dirt, or other staining materials. Okay, units shall be covered and protected from dust, dirt, and or other staining materials during fabrication, construction, and after erection. Contractor shall protect castings to avoid possibility of damage. Design loadings, actions, and structural member selection. Design loadings, actions, and structural member selection. Provisions of this clause shall apply if contractor is responsible for design of structural. That's point here, vertical elements, again this clause will apply to contractor responsible for design and structural precast units. Okay, let me put off light for some time. Light is excessive, and I put also the summary hours are available to see the jars. So I have time of what? Let me see. Since I'll put this. Okay, now remove. Provision of clause are applied if contractor is responsible for designs of structural precast units. Precast elements shall be designed to withstand all loading conditions against which strength and serviceability must be measured. Vertical loads shall include all self-weight of precast elements. Vertical load shall include all self-weight of precast elements. Floor coverings and live loads as indicated on contract drawings live actions. Wind loads shall be calculated based on wind speed provided in section 1, part 1 of clause 152. Account shall be taken of load and deformations caused by temperature and time dependent deformations. For such purpose, 55 degrees Celsius temperature variation and 90% relative humidity should be considered for all members except exterior elements and facade elements shall consider 85 degrees Celsius. Precast elements shall be designed in accordance with BS-EN 1992-1-1 or relevant ACI code. Design tensile stress shall not exceed design flexural tensile stress of concrete at particular age of concrete. Nominal cover to steel, including links, must meet durability requirements of severe conditions of exposure and to meet requirement of 2 hour period of fire resistance. This 2 hour period of fire resistance as provided. Then total deflection of precast elements should be limited to 1/350 of the span of this element. Then you see, plan and design of openings for building services were required of necessary. Now materials we are talking, design is over. Materials. So let me put off for some time this too light. Batteries are shut down. Let me put off half an hour. Work of this. Half an hour. Materials. Contractor shall obtain cement, aggregate and water from a single source sufficient to complete entire structural precast concrete work to assure regularity of appearance and uniformity of color. Contractor shall provide all materials in accordance with and meet all applicable requirements of this section. Now, reinforcing bars. Reinforcing bars shall conform to the requirements of part 11 of this section. Bearing pads. These shall be elastomeric neoprene conforming to ASHTO standard specifications for highway bridges, section 25, with following stipulations. Use unfactored loads for design. maximum compressive stress 0.7 MPa, maximum shear stress 0.07 MPa, maximum shear deformation 1/2 thickness, maximum compressive strain 15%. There's a bearing pad, neoprene bearing pad, elastomeric neoprene. Neoprene is like rubber, it's high class. Elastomeric neoprene, conforming to AS2 standard specifications for highway bridges, section 25, following stipulation. Embedded steel. One was reinforcing steel, then bearing pad, then embedded steel. All embedded items shall be stainless steel grade 316L. Embedded steel, all embedded items shall be stainless steel grade 316L. That is designation of stainless steel. Now forming general. Forms and casting beds are to be firmly seated so as not to deflect or be displaced under concreting or tensioning loads. Correct for thermally induced strains or forces. For member penetrations, no general I'm saying. General, this is forms and casting beds are to be firmly seated so as not to deflect or be displaced under concreting or tensioning loads. Correct? For thermally induced strains or forces, for member penetrations larger than 150 mm, coring or field cutting is not permitted unless approved by engineer. Clean and coat forms with release agent before installation of reinforcing or embedments. Tolerances. Permissible deviation of formed surfaces are not to exceed tolerances outlined in PC1 Manual 116 with items as summarized or modified in table. Okay, now say Permissible truncations of formed surfaces are not to exceed tolerances outlined in PC1 Manual 116 with items as summarized on norm. Table 17.1 Tolerances for structural precast concrete. Description and there is tolerance. Now there are six properties here. Dimensions or length, you can say length is plus minus 5 mm, tolerance is plus minus 5 mm, and width plus minus 3 mm, thickness stem is plus minus 3 mm, flange is plus minus 2 mm, embedded or penetration location plus minus 0.2%, and straightness being is plus minus 3 mm for 300 centimeter. So 3 mm is 3 meters. Then end squareness plus minus 3 mm. Installations. Contractor's erection responsibility includes safe and proper placing, aligning and leveling of structural precast elements on accepted bearing surfaces and affecting then their proper fastenings. Contractor's erection responsibility include safe and proper placing, aligning and leveling of structural precast elements on accepted bearing surfaces and affecting their proper fastenings. Installation. Survey. Before placement of structural precast elements, contractor shall survey and maintain all temporary supports shown or required to contain alignment and deflection. Now, survey is there, so temporary support shall be retained until framing elements braced thereby have attained integral stability in accordance with design. Now, guying, bracing and shoring. Guying. Contractor shall install a proper sequence and maintain all temporary supports shown or required to control alignment, deficiency and stress levels. Temporary supports shall be retained Contractor shall install proper sequence and maintain all temporary supports shown or required to control alignment, deflection and stress levels. Temporary support shall be retained until framing elements braced thereby have attained integral stability in accordance with design. Adjustments and correction. Contractor shall compensate and correct for misaligning effect of So let's go further. Then it is adjustment and correction. Contractor shall compensate and correct for misalignment or misaligning effects of temperature, draw from welding, bolting or erecting sequences of grouting. Now, contractor shall compensate and correct for misaligning effect of temperature, draw from welding, bolting or erection sequence of grouting. Erection tolerances. Erection tolerances. Pre-cast, pre-stressed. So it's question of this way now. Erection tolerances, we are saying following erection tolerances shall apply unless otherwise specified in contract. Variation from plumb 6 mm to 6 mm in 6 meter run. This is variation plumb. Plumb is of vertical. 6 mm in 6 meter run. This means 1 mm in 1 meter run. 6 mm in 6 meter run. 12 mm total in 12 meter or longer run. So 12 meter total in 12 meter or longer run. So 12 means maximum 1.2 centimeter. Variation from level of elevation 6 mm in runs, 6 mm. 12 mm in 12 meter run, maximum 12 mm at single locations. Single locations, and this is 12 mm 12 meter run, maximum 12 mm at single location, and then variation from position in plumb plus minus 12 mm maximum. Okay, now we go further. That is variation from position of in plan. That's plus minus 12 mm maximum, not more. Offsets in alignments of adjacent members at joints. Offset in alignment, that is 1.5 mm in 3 m run. 3 meters is 1.5 mm. 6 mm maximum. 6 mm maximum. Welding. These are very important points to understand what quality is. Okay. Grouting. Joints, gaps and connections. Joints, gaps and connections shall be filled with grout as shown on drawings and approved by engineer. Field cuttings. Field cuttings. Field cutting of holes may be done only with engineer's concurrence and this is field cutting actually, and field cutting of holes may be done only with engineer's concurrence and only with power saws or core drills, not by chipping, not by hammer, not by chisel. Steel reinforcement or pre-stressing strand shall be avoided. Where reinforcement or strand is damaged, unit shall be repaired to satisfaction of engineer or rejected. Maximum hole size be 150 mm. Maximum hole size. And maximum is now maximum hole size shall be 150 mm diameter or as limited by member size or strand location. Cracks, spalls, spalls and sharp corners created by field cutting are to be ground, eased and patched with epoxy type bonding and patching compounds. Now we are going to part 18, pre-stress concrete. Pre-stress concrete, I think we should take it tomorrow because this is a little very complicated one, pre-stress concrete. We'll take tomorrow, we'll go to FIDIC now. Whatever we can talk of FIDIC, we'll talk in a few moments and we'll go for FIDIC, this portion of This portion will take tomorrow about precast concrete. FIDIC, which is very important one. FIDIC now. Whatever we can discuss, we'll discuss. Small as possible in just whatever time we have. Say in half an hour, 1 hour, we can discuss FIDIC here. FIDIC 2017. We'll go to last chapter of this. This is contracts, red book, and saying that there was so many settlements, so many replacements we have understood before. In this case, means whatever is in general conditions, we are brought to particular conditions, what we should do, what we should not do. There was so much in that. So we talked of that at last time. Last time we talked of that. Let me see what else we have to talk today. I'm just going to this chapters to see what is left. There is something left to be important about. So we will go back and see it is 170. So we were discussing, limitations of liability, joint sale liability, compliance, contract agreement, all we have gone through. So what actually is this? We see here, we can see test and completion. Yes, notes on preparation of special provisions we are talking. Notes on preparation of tender documents. So what we talked last time was notes on preparations of tender documents. We had a discussion last time, just a reminder of that. Now, when preparing tender documents and planning tender process, employers should read publication. Okay, that's okay. We have to read that now. Tender document issued to tender should normally include following. What are those? They just remind you what actually those documents we issue to bidder or tender should contain. As we talked last time, letter of invitation to tender. Letter of invitation to tender that employer has to send or to prepare that, and engineer is actually drafter of that. Yes, we learning machine the sun. This is done. Okay, now is the letter of invitation to tender, instruction to tenders including advice on whatever matters which employer wishes tender to include in their tenders but which do not form part of specification and or drawings. So let's say further then instructions to tender including advice on any matters which the employer wishes tender to include in their tenders but which do not form part of specification and or drawings. Letter of tender, form of letter of tender and required appendices if whatever conditions of contract, general and particular, general information and data, technical information and data including data referred to subclass 2.5 site data and items of reference of general conditions, specifications, drawings, schedules from employer, details of schedules and other information required from tenders and required forms of agreements, source securities and guidance guarantees. Now, in the FIDIC publication, this provides useful information. Leave it now. For this type of contract where works are normally valued by measurements, bill of quantities will be useful for most important schedule. A day work schedule may also be necessary to cover minor works to be executed at all costs. In addition, each of these tenders shall should receive data referred to in subclass 2.5 site data and items of reference a day work schedule may also be necessary to cover minor works to be executed at cost. In addition, each of tenders should receive data referred to subclass 2.5 site data and items of reference and instruction to tenders should advise them of whatever special matters which employer wishes them to take. Now, when employer accepts letter of tender contract which then comes into full force and effect includes these completed schedules. So that schedules, whatever the schedules are there, we mentioned about the day schedule, all that come into force now. Following sub clauses make express reference to matter to be stated in specifications and drawings. However, it may also be necessary under other sub clauses for employer to give specific information in a specification. For example, under subclass 77. Now, what we have to see now, we are talking of that actually much more practical. How much is that? I just put down that. 1 hour 3 minutes. This battery is really. So I put battery on again. It's not going to rise. Battery I put on. My God, why it's disturbing for not using. Battery I put on again. Put my battery on. I put there because it's not coming. So now care and supply of documents. Following subclauses make express reference to matters to be stated in specification. Now, these clauses which we discuss are important, and these reference. Now, these subclauses make express reference to matters to be stated in specifications and or drawings. However, it may also be necessary under other subclauses for employer to give specific information in specification. For example, now we are talking under subclause 7. We're talking example is now care and supply of documents is 1.8. Then compliance with laws is 1.13. Then 2.1, that is 2.1 is right of access to site, and 2.5, that's site data and items of reference. 2.6 is employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. 4.1 contractors general obligations, and 4.4 contractors documents. 4.5 is training, and 4.6 cooperation. 4.8 is health and safety obligations. 4.9 is quality management and compliance verification systems. Then 4.16 is transport of goods. 4.18 is protection of environment. 4.19 is temporary utilities. 4.20 progress reports, and 5.2 non-nominated subcontractors, and 6.1 engagement of staff and workers. 6.6 facilities for staff and workers. Then 6.7 health and safety of personnel. So why say no? There was yes, temporary utilities, progress reports for 20, then nominated subcontract engagement of staff and workers, that's 6.1. Facilities for staff and level 6.6. 6.7 is health and safety of personnel. 6.1 to key personnel. 7.3 inspection. 7.4 testing by contractors. 7.8 royalties. 8.3 program. 9.1 contractors obligations, and 10.2 taking over parts. 11.11 clearance of site. Many subclauses in general conditions make reference to data being contained in contract data particular conditions part A. This data must be provided in tender documents, and these conditions of contract assume that all such data shall be provided by employer except as expressly tenders. There is no a data must be provided in tender documents, and these conditions of contract assume that all such data will be provided by employer except as expressly noted in example for form of contract data included in this publication. If employer requires tenders to provide any of other information required in contract data, tender documents must make this clear. If employer requires tenderer to provide additional data or information, a convenient way of doing this is to provide a suitably worded questionnaire with tenderer documents. Instructions to tenders may need to specify constraints on completion of contract. Instructions to tender may require to specify constraints on completion of contract, data and schedules and specify extent of other information which each tender is to is to include with this now says let us see all of instruction tender may need to specify constraints on completion of contract, data and or schedules and or specify extent of other information which each tenderer is to include with tender. If each tenderer is to produce a tender, security and or parent company guarantees these requirements should let's say if each tender is to produce a tender security or a parent company guarantee, these requirements should be included in instructions to tenders. Example forms are included at end of this publication. We'll see those forms, tender forms, performance forms. We'll see instruction to tenders may require tenders to provide information on matters referred to in some or all of following subsections. So, instruction to tenders may require tender to provide information on matters referred to in some of following sub-clauses. Contractors representative, fee, personal insurance. These are very important point. It is important for parties to understand which of documents included in tender dossiers and which of documents submitted by tenders will form part of contract and therefore have continuing effect. For example, instruction to tenders are not by definition a part of contract. They are simply instructions and information on preparation and submission of tender, and they should not contain Now you see, it is important for parties to understand which of documents included in tender dossier and which of documents submitted by tender will form part of contract, and therefore having continuation. For example, instruction to tender are not by definition a part of contract. They are simply instructions and information on preparation and submission of tender, and they should not contain anything of a binding or contractual nature. Finally, when planning an overall program for project, employers must remember to allow a realistic time for tender to prepare and submit a responsive tender. Tenders to prepare and submit a responsive tender. Responsive tender. mm, Avoiding time that is either too short or which can reduce competition and results in inadequate submittals, or too long which can be wasteful to all parties involved. Review and evaluation of tenders and award of contract. Review and evaluation of tenders and award of contract to successful tenderers. This will be minimum time which tenderers should be asked to hold their tenders valid and open for acceptance. Notes on preparations of special provisions. So I'm saying on FIDIC, it's going on FIDIC still. We are working on FIDIC now. It's the last chapter of FIDIC, I think, not last but now. Still we are working on FIDIC. For information it is. It's very important that we are talking of spatial provisions. Notes on preparation of spatial provisions, and what we have to see in that point we are discussing now. It's very important. Employers and all drafters of special provision work with their professional advisors to review specific terminology in general conditions for compliance and consistency with accepted practice in legal jurisdiction they are operating in. For example, under a number of legal systems, notably in some common law jurisdictions, term gross negligence has no clear definition, and as such is often avoided in legal documents. And under English law, term indemnity or indemnify has a specific meaning, entitling indemnified party to recover certain losses that may not otherwise be recoverable at law. For example, a contractor's indemnity may be construed to permit employer to recover losses or damages that might otherwise be considered indirect or consequences. So indirect or consequential. Whereas for some events both parties loses or losses or damages are intended to be limited by subclause 1.15, limitation of liability to direct damages only. Now, following references and examples show some of subclasses of general conditions which may need amendment or suit needs of project or requirements of employer. Selected subclauses and examples wording are included as examples only. They also include as an aid memoir, references to other documents such as specification and or drawings and contract data, where particular issues may need be addressed. The selected subclauses do not necessarily require changing, and example wording may not suit need of a particular project or employer. It's responsibility of a drafter of special provisions to ensure that selection of sub clauses and choice of wording is appropriate to project concern. Furthermore, there may be other sub-clauses not mentioned below which need be amended. Great care must be taken when amending wordings of sub-clauses. From general conditions to adding new provisions to ensure that balance of obligations and rights of parties are not unintentionally compromised. Now we are going to certain provisions which make some sense to change. General provision, let's say clause 1, it is what it says definitions. Now opening words of subclause means that definitions apply not only to conditions of contract but all documents of contract. Therefore, employers should take care, particularly when drafting specification, and contractors should take care, particularly when drafting documents of tender. Then all specification contracts should take care, particularly when drafting documents of tender, to use terms in accordance with those as defined in definitions. Recording definition of base date under subclause 1.1.4, if employer makes significant data information available to tenderers 28 days or less before due date for submission of tenders, and it is recommended that employer considers extending that date so that such information is provided before base date for purpose of contract conditions, including subclause 2.5 site data and item of reference. Subclause 412 unforeseeable physical conditions. Now, defined term site under subclause 1.1.74 is used for number of different purposes. In general conditions, for example, insurances and security, and so if it is anticipated that whatever item of equipment, plant, materials and temporary works are to be located or stored in places other than where permanent works are to be executed, it's recommended that consideration be given to specify such places in contract by employer in specification and or by contractor in tender. Then we can say, if you go further, let us say, this is gone, I lost somewhere. Plants, medicine, different works are to be located or stored in places other than where permanent works are to be executed. It's recommended that consideration is given to specifying such places in contract by employer in specification or by contractor in tender. In general, changes should not be made to definitions, as this could have serious consequences on interpretation of documents of connect, definition of contract, particularly conditions of contract. However, there are limited circumstances where it may be desirable to amend some of definitions. Example we are giving here. Base date could be defined as a particular calendar date. Okay, base date. One particular foreign currency may be required. A different currency may be required to be contract local currency. Also, some of defined terms in general conditions may not be appropriate and may need changing or developing. For example, if extent of site crosses border between two countries, it is recommended that consideration be given to following changes. Example 1.1.20. Country means either this country depending on either this country or this country depending on location to which reference shall apply. Example 1152. Local currency means currency of insert name of currency or insert name of country. Now subclause 1182. Tests after completion. Tests after completion. If contract specifies that contractor shall design any part of permanent works, if contract specifies that contractor shall design whatever part of permanent work, if after such part has been taken over, employer wishes to carry out tests after completion on that part, detailed requirements regarding these tests should be stated in specifications. Specification specification should describe tests employer shall carry out to verify that part designed by contractor fulfills employer's performance requirements, which requirements should also be stated in specification. Further, it is recommended that consideration be given to including provisions in special provisions that are based on those of clause 12 in FIDIC conditions of contract for plant and design build projects, second edition 2017. It's necessary to introduce new terminology into context of special provisions, specifications. Each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear subclause numbering system for new additional defined terms. It's recommended that number of so let me see here reached it's necessary to introduce new terminology into text of special provisions. Each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear subclass numbering system for new or additional defined terms. It's recommended that numbering of new definitions does not interfere with numbering as originally included in general conditions. For example, new definition is was a safety regulations, means employer safety regulations existing on site which contract is required to follow. In some jurisdiction, it may be advisable to add additional definitions to clarify certain terms or expressions which appear in general conditions but are not defined. A typical example might be, what's that? Let's see. Example is gross negligence. Let's say. Gross negligence means act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules. Gross negligence means any whatever act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence, which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed in similar circumstances, or which show serious reckless disregard for consequences of such an act or omission. It involves materially more want of care than mere inadvertence or simple negligence. I will repeat this, very complicated. Gross negligence means act or omission or commission or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence, which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed in similar circumstances, and or which show serious recklessness. Next, we go to, let us say, interpretation. Interpretation. This is subclass 1, 2, and this is in relation to meaning of consent. Consent, CONSENT. Under subparagraph G, it should be noted that this does not mean approve or approval. It's consent only, which under some legal jurisdictions may be interpreted as acceptance that requested matter is wholly satisfactory, following which requesting party may no longer have any responsibility or liability for it. And next is notices on other communications like subclass 1 to 3, 1.3.3. This is if notices are only to be given in paper format by post, considerations must be given to increasing particular time scales for notices in coordination and notices in conditions of contract to allow such extra days for notices to be delivered to recipient. Priority of documents. Priority of documents. Now, priority of documents, an order of precedence. Order of precedence is usually necessary in case of conflict. In case of a conflict or yes. Now it's that priority of documents are saying An order of precedence is usually necessary, essentially essential in case a conflict is subsequently found between documents of contract. Now, what's that actually now? An order of precedence is in specifications is to comprise a number of documents. It may be useful to amend amend subparagraph say G of this subsection 1.5 by adding an order of precedence between documents of specifications. If no order of precedence of any of documents of contract is to be prescribed, this subclause may be varied. Says example is documents of this contract. Now what says delete subclause 1.5 and substitute like this. Now we are saying we are changing this document of forming. It says this document forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another. If an ambiguity or discrepancy is found, priority shall be such as may be accorded by governing law. Engineer has authority to issue any instruction which it considers necessary to resolve an ambiguity or discrepancy. Contract agreement. We'll read this and we'll conclude later on. We'll take tomorrow. This subclause 1.6 contract agreement. The form of contract agreement should be included in tender documents as an annex to special provisions. An example form is included at end of this publication in section sample forms. If lengthy tender negotiations were necessary, it's recommended that consideration for be given to recording of contract agreement. Accurate contour comment, accurate acceptable contour comment. Let's say now, what's that say? If lengthy tender document were necessary, it's recommended consideration be given to recording in contract agreement, accepted contract amount, base date and commencement date. Entry into a formal contract agreement may be mandatory under applicable law. In such a case, words unless they agree otherwise should be deleted from text. FIDIC. This is just display that I'm talking of this, and I'm going to, so I would say that today I just have a review of what we've today done. Today we have taken up some talk on COVID-19 in beginning because WHO COVID-19 we discussed in COVID-19 beginning little one. Again think COVID-19 the WHO says next week we are expecting this world another 1 million cases. This is what news comes in from my statement. WHO says this means we are going to cross 1 crore infectious next week. Already I think it's been crossed around more than 2 crore. They're not telling. All are hiding. In the USA itself we had 40,000 cases yesterday, 43 or 40 more like that, and we have 17,000 yesterday. So COVID-19 is marching very fast, very ahead, more than capacity of world. But it's not able to digest COVID-19. It's no smart guy, And then we talked of about management of This was management program. After that, actually this is organization. A lot of organization work is done. Organization applies everywhere in quality form. I'm not calling separate organization, quality organization. And organization means replacement of management. I say organization quality with individual quality and group quality and institution quality, or organization or company quality, or whatever it is. Without quality, if you move, you drop yourself, you fall yourself. There was no quality at all in whole countries all over the world. That's why you have dropped yourself. Your economy is stopped, everything is stopped, and we are going to hell. Whole world is going to hell. So I'm saying, because whole world is standing in hollow vessels. There's no power in any country, it seems. That's what I'm talking of, quality which applies everywhere. And this, everybody must understand meaning of quality. It's not quality of testing, it's quality of conduct, quality of behavior, quality of thinking, quality of working, quality of procedures, quality of writing, quality of talking, whatever you consider, that's called quality. Systems quality, just like your body is a system, it's a quality. If your one part body fails completely, your body cannot work. And I'm talking of this. Today's talk is in all concrete. I talked. It's very important one. This concrete. Generally, people take it too lightly, but I'm not taking it too lightly. Concrete is not only concrete material. Your work should be concrete. You say concrete work is the answer. This is very concrete management. Is very concrete answer. Concrete achievement. Sometimes we say we should understand meaning is same. Material is concrete. Work is concrete, and everything is concrete. That's what it says. Concrete may be material for you, but it's not exclusively material. If your style is concrete, your mind is concrete, your answer is concrete, you won't say four meanings of your thought. You will simply express, this is my conclusion, this is my statement, I decide like this. I must say, oh, I suggest you do this way, number one, you do number two, you do number three. These are complexions which lead to confusion. Decide based on calculations, decide based on vision, what I want to say. Does it relate to me or no? I have to see. You have to see it relates to you or doesn't relate. Don't be confused. It may take time, but it should be right. Otherwise, you remain in panic. You remain in indecisive states. Indecisive states, I should call it. You can't, even if you decide, you remain in doubt whether my decision stands or it does not stand. But moreover, we deal with certain kinds of contracts in our life. Everybody. I'm not saying the FIDIC is answer, you are answer. FIDIC is just an advice. I'm not saying FIDIC is everything. There are so many forms like FIDICs, like engineering contracts, like our countries also, but you have to see which one works for you. Contract can kill you, remember. And contract is not easy. It's not simply, oh, I have done contract. What contract you have done? Do you know contract? You don't know contract. You are buying a bus ticket, it's also a contract. You are buying a train ticket, it's also a contract. Your flight ticket is also a contract. You are buying some item from some shop, that's also a contract. Everywhere there is a contract. You play with contracts every day. You hire someone for some payment to buy someone, that's also a contract. You may write or may not write, but contract is contract. So contract leads to wide spectrum of life. And both are contract in my eyes. Person who pays and person who does work, both are contract because they both are signing contracts, so they are contracted. But one is employer and one is contractor. We say that. The person who is employing someone for payment, somebody is paying because I am party one, you are party two, but you are both parties on contract. This party is number one, this is called employer, this party is number two, this is called contractor. We differentiate like that, but both are on same page of contract. Both sign on same page. So in fact, both are contracting, both want to move on same track. One is on left track, one is on right track. They are moving parallel. Both have responsibilities, both have duties, both have liabilities, both have accountabilities. If one party doesn't do for the other party want to, but reciprocal management, reciprocally they have to work. If you are not getting payment, why should I work for you? Do you prove that you have money for that? I can demand you have money or no money for which you are entering into contract. Yes, I have a right. You cannot say your contract. Don't ask for that. No, I have to ask for that. I want to make sure that you will pay me. So I am going to contract for you, but I must be sure when I do this work, I will be paid. If I am not sure, why should I work for you? This contract is a fake. Then I don't want to enter in disputes. I don't want to go to courts or arbitration for what? Therefore, there are multitude of inputs and outputs in profession, in life, everywhere. You cannot take everything easily. Sometimes we are trapped, sometimes we escape. People are cheats everywhere. Companies are cheats, general public is cheats, leaders are cheats. Who are not cheats? You have to act your own leader. That's what all talk say. Leadership does not mean political leadership. Leadership means everybody is leader. You are leading your life. Nobody else is leading for you. You may understand or may not understand. You are leading your life. Whatever you are leading is up to you. You decide. Everybody is leading life. Whatever level you are leading, that's your choice. That is your achievement. You are leading your life at your risk. At your risk. Everywhere you are having risk. You are spending your budget, your money, your living, this is your leadership, the original leadership. This is those leaders I'm talking of, they are living on cost of others. They are secondary leaders. You are first leader. So you have to decide for yourself what you want in future, what you want in current times. If you can't decide, then you are helpless. You don't have energy. You can't think. You are a brainless person. If you have brain, you are spending money. Don't you think you are buying? Even you go to market and buy some vegetable, don't you think what quality this vegetable has? What rate is it? Don't you ask that? You ask that when you don't ask a promoter. When you buy an apartment, you buy a house, you don't ask them. When you appoint someone managing director, you appoint some political leader, you don't ask him. Why? That's what I am raising a question mark to everyone. Then you are not leader. Your money is going, your time is going, you are taking risk, but other guys should enjoy. This means you are not leader, though you are a leader. You do not know you are a leader, but you are a leader. This applies to each and every person in every country, not only in our country, but everywhere. This point is very narrow but detailed. What is purpose of education if you can't understand this? Means you and that person who illiterate, both are equal. Then you are same as rickshaw wala or chai wala or vegetable wala. What's different? That person at least gets up in the morning, goes, and that person also manages managing his shop, his kiosk. He goes early, he rises early morning, goes to market, buys something, comes back, sees how many kilos I spent, what did I have to sell. It's small management, small organizational work, and at the end of the day, he earns some money, or loses money, or doesn't, it depends. If that person without any education, they can't think that. What's purpose of being educated, highly educated, to do slavery? Is that? If you can't think this is a small point, then nobody can explain to you, and God comes down on that. God can't explain to you. Can't explain to you because you don't want to listen. You don't want to use your mind. Your mind is locked by someone. So your mind is locked. Who can help you? No one. That's what I'm saying. Is my conclusion, not of leadership, my conclusion that you have to lead yourself. If you are not leading, because otherwise somebody will rob you of your money, of your life. You work hard, give to someone else. That is not procedural organization. You have to organization. You have an organization at individual level, at family level, and at national level. So, individual is power in every country. It's individual that makes groups, and groups makes other groups, and other groups make institutions, other institutions make societies, and other society make nation. And that's why I'm trying to say education got value only when it's applied, and it's not applied, only certificate you have, post on your wall, write on a visiting card, and that's all, nothing else. If you are slave to packages of jobs and all that, you should get that and not apply your knowledge somewhere. Mind is full power, not half power. Use it. Think on. Money is one part of life, not every part. Now think, if God doesn't go, what shall your money do? Your money has failed. Whole world has failed. So your money doesn't come here. Use no use. With this, I should say. So now I should close somewhere there. So I close this now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chaudhary, Ghazal, Mr. Narul Khan, Mr. Ravi, Raj, Nandan. Good morning to everybody. You're all welcome. And we'll go a little long late, no problem. I think